We'll call the city council to order. It's 5:01 PM. City clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Griffith.
Here.
Councilmember Kaji is absent. Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Shake. Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to close session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, real property, conference with real property negotiator, and 14B, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Sections 54956.8 and 54957.6. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely to tonight's city council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect, despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we're able to truly practice the principles of democracy. This weekend, I had the good fortune of attending a number of events here in Torrance, including the Veterans Day Luncheon and Resource Fair. I want to commend staff for hosting a wonderful event for our local veterans who have given so much of themselves. It was truly an honor to see that we can offer our assistance in so many ways. And thank you to the Community Service Department and the Cultural Arts Commission for recognizing our local artists. They continue to contribute to our quality of life, not only visual arts, but music, theater, writing, and much more. The awards event came at a perfect time as we celebrate National Arts and Humanities this month. Thank you to staff for your dedication and commitment in putting together a wonderful program. As we move into the agenda again, thank you to everyone for joining us tonight in person or viewing on our website, Facebook, YouTube, or City Cable. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of council meeting you wish to comment. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into public records. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on agenda and consent calendar. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting, are entered into the speaker's list. Those submitted after the meeting, those comment cards submitted after the meeting starts are not. You will still be able to speak once the list has been exhausted. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered, allowing up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we'll have up to another 15 minutes oral communications number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate under oral communication once during this meeting. Next is the flag salute and invocation by Councilwoman Kalani and Councilman Lewis.
Please join me as we salute our flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for our convocation. Thank you. Dear Lord, as we gather here tonight, we thank you for each mind and heart that is present tonight. Enable us to draw upon the wisdom and experience of yesterday as we respond to the questions and concerns of tomorrow. Let us pray for tolerance that we can more carefully and thoughtfully listen to alternative points of view so that we may find collective solutions that benefit all people. Give us the confidence to discover and explore new possibilities. Give us the wisdom to discern what is right and good and just. Let us find the time to think about all that's good in the world and reflect with gratitude on all that we have been given in life, our family, our friends, and the community here in Torrance. Let us pray for the health and happiness of our collective community as we ask for your guidance and grace. Amen.
Thank you both. Moving on to item 3. City Clerk, can I get a report on the posting of agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Tuesday, October 17th.
I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
We're now moving on to item 4, announcement withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparro, City Manager. We have a request to defer item 10A, which is from Community Development, consider appeal of Planning Commission denial of precise plan of development to allow construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. Your Honor, item 10A is an appeal of the Planning Commission denial of a precise plan of development located within the hillside. Staff requests that City Council consider the item out of order, and so that your honorable body can consider continuing the public hearing appeal to date certain of November 8th, 2022, as requested by the applicant. We're also withdrawing item 6D, which is a legislative update from Senator Stephen Bradford, serving the 35th State Senate District. Item 9C from City Manager and Finance, approve project and appropriate funding from land management signing fee revenue. Item 9H, Finance, accept and file general fund budget update and provide direction on future SST, Safe Strong Torrance priority project funding. 9C and 9H will return on November 8th. And we also have supplemental materials on item 7, oral communications, item 9, Transportation Committee, accept and file report, and then item 10, which is the request for the appeal on 10A. Thank you.
Mayor Chen, I also have an announcement and a concurrence request.
Okay, let's do that when we get to the next section.
Can we do it before meeting?
Your Honor, Danny Santana,
Sure.
Assistant City Manager, I believe you can take item 10A out of order to
Right.
determine whether you wish to continue that matter to the date certain of November 8th. If that is the council's pleasure, due to a recusal requirement for Councilman Sheikh, he would have to leave the dais while the council entertains that
Sure.
concept.
Okay, so first of all, let's take it out of order, and then we'll let Councilman Sheikh, then you can go ahead and speak.
Yeah, I'd just like to recuse myself from item 10A. And before I leave, I also have an announcement and concurrence I need. Can I do it now, or if I come back for my TEF?
When you come back on the.
Yeah, we'll have an opportunity. That's why, we want to take the 10A first, so you'll
got
recuse
it.
yourself now.
Okay.
And we'll take 10A now, just in case there are folks in the audience here for 10A.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, as the city manager indicated, item 10A is from Community Development. It's the consideration of an appeal, Planning Commission denial, precise plan of development to allow construction of a new two-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 139 Via Alameda. The project is categorically exempt from CEQA per guidelines section 15303, new construction. And the applicant and the Community Development Department are requesting that your honorable body consider whether to continue the matter to a date certain of November 8th. If that is your pleasure, we request that you vote on that to make the determination official.
I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public.
Hang on for a second, I am getting a little cue. We need to start the discussion first. Help me out here.
It's you're opening the public hearing. It's actually been continued, so all you have to do is just continue the public hearing.
Okay,
So is that a motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain of November 8th? Sorry.
I think so. The public hearing would be next time.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent and Councilmember Sheikh recused.
Yeah, let's bring Councilman Sheikh back in.
Your Honor, if I could, again, for the public that may be in attendance for item 10A, that matter has been continued to a date certain of November 8th. If you are here for that item, that matter will not be taken up any further tonight and will be continued and part of the agenda for November 8th. Thank you.
Okay, we're back to the original agenda items. Councilman Sheikh has rejoined us. We're now to item 5. We're on 5 now, I believe.
Honorable Mayor, before we go to 5, can I use for announcement for my request?
Okay, sure.
Thank you. The Torrance Education Foundation is currently applying for a major grant from Honda to benefit the students of the Torrance Unified School District. The grant is seeking funding to support STEAM education programs. STEAM stands for science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. The proposed programs will emphasize the arts at elementary and middle schools with unique, innovative, inclusive, hands-on classes and activities during summer 2023. The working title of the program is A Summer of Honda. If the grant is awarded, Torrance students will expand their knowledge and abilities in the arts throughout our city. At the same time, it will allow us as a city to celebrate 2 great community partners, Honda and TEF, Torrance Education Foundation. With Council's concurrence, I ask that the City of Torrance provide a letter of support for the TEF grant proposal. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. At this moment, I believe the first item up is, I'd like to welcome the Honorable, I believe, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, House Representative of the 43rd District, California, serving the city of Torrance, along with her special guest, Mr. Frank Scarfo. Mr. Scarfo is a U.S. Army veteran who has called Torrance home for most of his adult life. He served our country as a counterintelligence officer during the Korean War. I'd like to welcome both of you tonight for this special recognition in honor of Veterans Day next month.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Hamilton Cloud, and I'm Director of Special Projects for Congresswoman Waters, who very much wanted to be here this evening, but at the last minute was pulled away. And she asked if I would, in her place, read the statement that she was going to share with you tonight. In less than 2 weeks, on November 11th, we will be commemorating Veterans Day, an opportunity to acknowledge and thank all those who have served our country in the armed forces, whether in peacetime or conflict, whether overseas or stateside. I have always believed in recognizing our veterans and participate in multiple Veterans Day events every year to let them know how much we appreciate their service, their sacrifice, and that of their families. I'm always proud to take part in Torrance's Armed Forces Day Parade every May. And last week I attended your Veterans Appreciation Lunch and Resource Fair right next door, and with medals they've earned or retrieving service or medical documents. You can reach out to my staff anytime during regular business hours at 323-757-8900 or online at waters.house.gov. Whenever I meet a member of the military, they share such interesting stories about their experiences and the lifelong relationships they create. It makes me appreciate that not all veterans served in combat or on our oceans or in our skies, but their service to our country is still important. I recently met just such. So in honor of Veterans Day and all our living veterans from the recent or distant past, whether they served in combat or not, I entered the following statement into the congressional record last Friday in Washington, where it is now a part of America's history. I'd like to share it with you now as part of your Veterans Appreciation Week. Ari, are you here? Ah, great. If you'll bring up the plaque. So this is something that was entered into the congressional record last Friday. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Frank Scarfo, a 94-year-old U.S. Army veteran in my congressional district who has quite an interesting history. Mr. Scarfo served our country as a counterintelligence officer based in Italy during the Korean War. In a little-known Army operation, Mr. Scarfo helped identify and report Communist Party operatives who were attempting to infiltrate the Army's leadership by working as support staff in Italy. Born and raised in a small coal mining town called Norton in West Virginia, Mr. Scarfo was brought up speaking only Italian in his parents' household until the age of 8. After graduating from college, he registered for the draft in December 1950, and after making the Army aware of his fluency in Italian, he was sent to Fort Halliburton, Maryland, home of the Army's intelligence school, where he was trained as a counterintelligence officer. Assigned to the 7617 military post in Livorno, Italy, Mr. Scarfo served his country for 2 years, supporting the 4th Logistical Command, uncovering potentially dangerous enemy operatives who were working for the U.S. Army in Livorno, Pisa, and Florence, Italy. The cover name for the operation was the Labor Control Detachment, and it remained somewhat secret to take care of his ailing parents. He later moved to California and worked with space pioneer Wernher von Braun's operation at the Aerospace Corporation, which led to the successful moon landings in the late 1960s and early 1970s. In honor of Frank Scarfo's participation in this little-known military operation in the European theater, I am pleased to bring to light his service to our country and thank him for a job well done. So on behalf of Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Frank, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
I want to thank everybody here. I'm 94 and 5 months old, and I'm still active, and I appreciate everybody that attended here tonight. I want to thank you all.
And
Thank
thank
you,
you to the
everybody.
city of Torrance.
Mr. Scarfo, the city of Torrance appreciates all your service.
The mayor speaking to you. The mayor speaking to you.
Mr. Scarfo, city of Torrance appreciates and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of the Medal of Honor Group and the Medal of Honor Foundation, we thank the city of Torrance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cloud. That was great. Next item, I have a request. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to request that staff bring back an item for city council approval to the next city council meeting that includes the following. Number 1, a program policy to establish French city agreements. And number 2, information on the cities of Hwaseong, South Korea, and Zhonghua, Taiwan, for consideration and approval as friendship cities. Do I have council concurrence? Not yet. I think we approved to the development of a policy. We just haven't developed it yet.
We'll bring both items together for your
Yes.
consideration and approval. Thank you.
Was that a 6-0? Got it. Thank you. Councilman Sheikh, you have one?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Last night, on October 24th, the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee held a meeting to review the appropriated resource contribution to the Neighborhood Coordinated Seaside Ranchos Holiday Lights display. In attendance was city staff from the city manager's office, community development, public works, and police departments. Each provided a comprehensive overview of the city's deployment of resources available to ensure the community's health and safety during the Seaside Ranchers Holiday Lights display. The committee will forward an item for City Council consideration at the November 8, 2022 council meeting regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I think there's Councilman Griffiths. Uh-oh.
Sorry about that. I'm not used to being at council meetings. With the holidays just around the corner, there's a great city event taking place in 2 weeks. The Community Services Department will all of the proceeds from the event will go towards senior programming within the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let your voice be heard. Vote on November 8th. Vote by mail ballots have been mailed out to residents. If you have moved or changed your name, you will need to re-register to vote. You can register online at lavote.gov. There will be 2 vote centers in the city of Torrance, at the George Nakano Theater at 3330 Civic Center Drive and the D. Hardison Sports Center, 2400 Jefferson Drive. The dates for both vote centers are from October 29th through November 7th, and the hours are 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and on November 8th from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We have one from Interim Chief Dumais.
Good evening, Your Honor. Thank you. David Dumais, Interim Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System on Wednesday, November 2nd at 11:30 a.m. That's next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, and social media sites. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate, and tune your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all-clear message to signal the emergency is concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 6, Community Matters. 6A. City Clerk, we have a number and title, please.
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-102, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Richard M. Jones upon his retirement from the city after 32 years of service.
I'll take a motion to adopt resolution 2022-102.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-102.
Seconded.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
right, city clerk. Maybe I'm going to ask the respective council members to start reading their respective paragraphs.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Gonzalez and his beautiful family before the meeting. Mr. Gonzalez, whereas Joseph Gonzalez began his career with the city of Torrance on July 13, 1998, as a mechanic in the Fleet Services Department, where his commitment and hard work made a positive impact on the community at large. And whereas Joseph accepted a promotion to senior mechanic in 2009 and was instrumental in maintaining and repairing refuge trucks, tractors, fire engines, and other essential heavy-duty vehicles. And
Whereas in 2015, Joseph advanced to the position of Fleet Services Supervisor and oversaw nighttime operations, improved efficiencies, fostered educational opportunities, and contributed to the many successes of the department. And whereas
among his staff and peers and managers, Joseph was known for his sense of humor, stories, passion for cars, and willingness to share knowledge. And
whereas throughout his career, Joseph established strong working relationships with his departments, vendors, and co-workers, leaving a lasting impression on all those who knew him. And
Whereas Joseph retired from the city service on October 1st, 2022, and will be dearly missed by his colleagues, customers, and friends for his upbeat attitude, energetic personality, and commitment to excellence.
Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council, City of Torrance, California does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Joseph E. Gonzalez for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that Joseph be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 25th day of October, 2022. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. Thank you, council members. Thank you for having me. I feel very honored. It's been a long road. I started here in '98. It was a different city of Torrance, but it's nonetheless a great city. I had a great crew to work with, very supportive. I learned a lot when I was here. I've been a mechanic I started my career in 1990, but here in '98 with the city of Torrance, and it's been a wonderful time here. Just want to say thank you to all my crew members that I worked with. We couldn't get the stuff accomplished without them, and I just want to say thank you for honoring me, and thank you for having me this evening. Thank you.
Congratulations, Joe. Sean Megardichin, General Services Director. I had the pleasure of serving on Joe's interview panel in 2015 when you promoted to supervisor. And I knew then that Jason and I made the recommendation to our then director that this is the guy for the night crew. And you've anchored that night crew for the last 7 years. And the amount of, for everybody in this room, the amount that the night crew does servicing all of the city vehicles really kind of goes unnoticed because they're here till midnight. And some of you may not have even seen Joe because he's our night owl. But the work that you and your crew have done over the years is just spectacular. I congratulate you on your retirement. You've certainly left Fleet Services in a better place than when you started, and I wish you best in your retirement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. We'll just stay here. We will be giving you your resolution at a later date, but let's take a photo together, and then after that, we'll get your whole family up here.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
How about you invite your family up here? Yeah. Or your crew, you know, whoever you want to be in the photo with you. You can do family first? Yeah, yeah.
Come on now.
All right. Well, he's got boots on.
Yeah.
All right. How about about your team?
Whoever else wants to come up?
Yeah, coming up, coming up. Some of you gotta get on this side. We're gonna balance the court a little bit.
Congratulations.
Must stand up so I don't tolerate.
Okay, all right, all right. Tighten up. Yeah, balance the court, balance the court.
On the steps.
Super. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move that we adopt Resolution 2022-103.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 6C. This item is a recommendation of the city manager that the city council adopt a virtual ribbon cutting of the city's My Torrance mobile application. I'd like to invite staff to tell us more about this new app and how it will support the city in keeping Torrance moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Michael Smith, City Manager's Office. Good evening. And before we provide a brief demonstration and cut the virtual ribbon on the new My Torrance mobile application, I'd like to indulge me for one little moment. The My Torrance mobile app brings City Hall into the hands of the community 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. The app makes it easy to report issues, remit payments, discover entertainment, and even catch a ride on Torrance Transit. As you all know, a project of this caliber can only be accomplished through the collaboration from a variety of perspectives, experience, and expertise. It takes a great team effort to keep Torrance moving forward. Therefore, I'd like to offer a few thanks at this time. First, thanks to the Mayor and Council for your support, patience, and funding. Special thanks to the City Manager, Aram Chaparian, in providing support throughout the project. And I'd like to extend a special thanks to the app team. While they have been working on many other projects along with their regular duties, they were able to set aside time to focus on this very important assignment. Thanks to assistance to the City Manager, Jamie Lay, Management Associate, Jen Chun, and from the Communications and Information Technology Department, Director Andrei Yermakov, now retired, former webmaster, as many of you might recall, Mark Enuma, IT analyst Tremaine Yarborough, and most importantly, systems analyst, GIS, Stephen Levy, who has done the heavy lifting. With each of their expertise, attention to detail, and leadership, the project is ready to demonstrate. I now invite Stephen to the podium to share a few highlights of the new My Torrance app.
All right. Thank you, Michael. We will cut the virtual ribbon in just a moment and take a high-level look at the My Torrance CA app. Of course, if you have already downloaded the app, you're welcome to pull it up and follow along with me. And in the process, you might even discover some services you didn't realize the city offered. I'm using an iPhone for this demonstration, but this app is also available on Android devices and should be virtually the same regardless of the device and whether you use a phone or tablet. Let's cut the virtual ribbon now so we can welcome everyone to the new app. Thanks, Jamie. A little razzle-dazzle there for you tonight. Okay, so welcome to the homepage of the My Torrance CA app. You can take a look here while I provide an overview. The fundamental idea behind the My Torrance CA app is for it to be a hub for tasks that a citizen may want to accomplish with the city and to make those tasks available in a streamlined way. During design, our team gathered a list of those tasks and looked for ways to categorize them. The results are the items that you see on this homepage, which either go directly to a task or to a list of grouped tasks. These tasks could be actions, like submitting a citizen request. This was our initial feature for the app and is located prominently here on the homepage. Some types of citizen requests that can be submitted here are street tree issues, pothole repairs, graffiti requests, and even just plain old-fashioned questions. These requests are submitted directly to relevant staff, and status updates are available in this app coming from our internal tracking system. Tasks could also be actions like submitting an application for a job or registering for a class. These types of tasks are related to services offered by the city and, as you can see, are located under the services item. Maybe we're not? In internet time. There you go, a little lag. So these are some of the services that we have available here. Going back to the home page, I'll keep my eyes up. There we go. Another type of task that has been brought into this app is paying an invoice or a utility bill. Tasks like this are grouped under the payments item, as one might guess. And we'll see how long that takes to show on the screen for us. There we go. You'll notice that several of these tasks are not for payments to the city. They were included here to provide additional convenience for citizens. We're also expecting to add more payment-related items to this page, as our finance department is working to enable online payment options for a number of existing fees. I'm so glad I tested this earlier. There we go. Additional tasks citizens may be interested in are finding information regarding current important topics or events going on in Torrance. These tasks are found by tapping on the Hot Topics and Events items you'll see here. We have also included items for tasks regarding Torrance Transit and for contacting staff or following Torrance social media channels. Note that the My Torrance CA app does not add new functions. Torrance already has a lot of services and information to offer. One challenge has been that it sometimes takes a lot of effort to find them. The app takes existing tasks and makes them more easily accessible on mobile devices, which studies show is how most people access online services. In terms of convenience, generally app users are about 2 touches away from initiating a service. The My Torrance CA app is our next step forward. It's not our first step, and it's certainly not our last. While we're excited to roll out this application today, we fully expect to continue enhancing it to support evolving citizen and staff needs. In fact, we have already submitted some functions for an update to come soon and are developing a list of additional enhancements for a version following that. Again, the app was built for both phones and tablets, running on both iOS and Android, and can be found in the App Store and the Google Play Store. We also have a feedback form ready for those who would like to help us improve the My Torrance CA app. You can use that form to let us know what you like about the app and what you would like us to consider adding. Michael, back to you.
Thank you, Stephen. So that concludes our presentation. And as Stephen mentioned, the app is live, ready to download on both Apple and Android devices. Please feel free to use the QR code on the screen to get to our feedback page and share your thoughts. The team stands by if you have any questions or comments.
Do we have any comments and questions from the council? I don't see any. Thank you, Michael and the app team. Looking forward to clicking some taps. So since this is item 6, I don't think this is just a, do we need community public comments on this one? I see someone fidgeting back there. I just want to make sure.
You can allow public comment on this if you want to.
I think we'll just press forward because I think folks need to get the app first and start using it before you give us feedback. So we'll press on. We're now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cellular phone when you come up to the podium to speak. If presenting handouts to the council, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk before speaking. City clerk?
Eula Barrett.
Mr. Griffiths, I'm addressing you first because you are the councilman for our district. We are your constituents. We voted for you. You are supposed to protect us and not some out-of-town real estate bandit. And the rest of you should be ashamed for turning a deaf ear to the other 4 parks that voiced their fears at the September 13th council meeting. They are your districts, and you should be representing them. You all decided Saunders was working a deal with Skyline, when actually he was working a deal with the city council. And how did this help the other parks? When I moved to Skyline 16 years ago at age 59, I was one of the younger tenants. Now at age 75, I'm in the middle. The top third of the tenants are 85 and older, with several over 100. I worked till 70 so that I could stay here, but next year I will have to dip into my savings every month to make ends meet. Therefore, I will probably list my house for sale next spring. But where can I go that I can afford? Maybe out of state. Home prices at Skyline drop 10 to 20,000 every week.
Deb Osborne.
Communication problems continue with the new ownership at Skyline Mobile Home Park. We've seen an increase in trash fees as a line item in our monthly statements with no advance warning or explanation. From October 2021 to January 2022, the charge was $8.11 per month. In February, all of a sudden, it was $11.31. In September, it was $13.10. We did not have these types of erratic changes on trash fees with the previous owners. 5 calls have been made to the owner's rep for an explanation without response. Finally, an answer was received in that he said he'd look into it, but as at this point, we have no answer. Now, these are small numbers, but they represent the long-standing history of poor communication with the owner and are indicative of things to come, nickel and diming us. We need an RSO, not only to maintain reasonable rent increases, but to monitor the inconsistent and sometimes total lack of communication by the owner.
Charlie Salinas.
Good evening. I realize the mayor already thanked everyone for the luncheon, the veterans luncheon that we had, but he is a politician, no offense. I am going to speak from the heart. Dick and I belong to Vietnam Veterans of America. There are 600 chapters throughout the United States. We are the South Bay chapter number 53. And you pulled it off again. It was a wonderful event. The food was terrific. The caterer was just perfect. Location is terrific. It's great. And the booths, there are about 15 or 16 booths that assist veterans, help veterans do different things, whatever, excuse me, whatever they need. So from our hearts, thank you again very much.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Bev Finley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am here tonight basically because we're real excited to announce that we're kicking off the design contest for the 2024 Rose Float. The contest will run from November the 1st through January the 26th. And all the information has been sent to the high schools. It will be on our website explaining. Tournament hasn't quite yet, they haven't finalized the description, but we have a hint on what it is, so that's what the students will be working from. So we're looking forward to seeing a lot of entries this year so that we can have, you know, even more participation, and just so the kids remember, the winner gets to ride on the float. The other thing is I want to remind everyone to go to our website and check out Restaurants for Roses, because we do have an event tomorrow night at Aliota's. It's an afternoon one. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe the next person is Jane Daly Gamble.
Just checking first, can you hear me without the microphone? Can you hear me fine? Can everybody hear me?
The public may not be able to hear you online, though.
But it hasn't been cleaned. People have been stepping up here and it hasn't been cleaned. I can project really loudly. Can you hear me? Is that okay?
It's not going to pick up and it's not going to be project further from it. You can just stand.
Or keep your mask on and talk.
Hi, I'm going to stand back here. My name is Jane Daly Gamble, and I live in the Valmonte neighborhood of PVE. I'm hoping you all got my handout and are aware that the Valmonte neighbors, along with the Hollywood Riviera neighbors and other homeowners in Torrance, have been living with a loud, invasive, repetitive, touch-and-go training flights out of Torrance Airport pilot academies. The increase in the volume of training flights since the first of the year has made our properties unlivable. The flights are constant, dangerous, loud, and low. I represent many neighbors in Valmonte who are asking that you change the use of runway 29L back to general aviation where it has historically been. The airport tower, airport commission, and pilot academy owners tell us that their instructions come from the FAA. And the FAA tells us, quote, "We don't tell them what to do, we only offer guidelines." I'm asking that one of the city council members please have a discussion with me, and if the city clerk would hand my information to them so someone could contact.
Thank you, ma'am. We
Thank you.
we received all your handouts.
You did, good, thank you.
James Henry.
I have a handout. Starting the time. I just received my City of Torrance public notice for a utility wastewater rate hike in the mail a couple of days ago. Where is the perforation line to tear off and detach the protest form from the rest of the public notice? It is attached without a perforation to the 4-page double-sided public notice. To turn the protest form in, you have to cut it out with a scissor. This is called protest form suppression. Where is Tim Goodrich? Did I say that?
Thank you, sir. Well,
Pork chop.
Hello, everyone. I was going to talk on a different subject when I was coming to the city meeting, and on the radio, it announced there is again racist messages and racist videos at our beautiful South High. and our beautiful city where the police is not racist, where the mayor not racist, when nobody is racist, we let our children to be racist, exchanging racist messaging, not just on the video, but in emails and whatever, and they're telling people to go back to Africa and pick cotton. Anyway, they're lucky because my daughter was told several times to go back where I was born and take me with her, because they did not know where to put me because I was working out in the sun and that I was a little bit darker than the average Caucasian. So this goes years and years and years and years on without punishing the student or anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else from the public?
Howdy, Mayor and Council. I'm Zain Obaji, a District 4 Council member from Redondo Beach. I'm here. If you go to your website, you see that it asks for people to sign up to support Alternate 1 for the Metro. Now, let's assume that you get every single resident of Torrance to sign up to support Alternative 1 for Metro. And in Redondo Beach, we've handed you a letter that all 5 city council members and the mayor sent the Metro board saying, we entirely support Alternative 3 going down Hawthorne Boulevard. We're gonna end up on opposite sides. That's fine, we can have disagreements, we love each other. But then the Metro's not gonna get built. And you're gonna have this Torrance, this beautiful Torrance transit center with no Metro going to it. And guess what if Metro decides, oh, we like Torrance, they have more residents, they get us more votes, let's go down Torrance's route. Well, today, you're in costume, I'm dressed like a litigator. Redondo Beach will file suit against Metro, not against you, don't worry, based on CEQA, to stop the rail.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm here yet again to call for the firing of Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and Brian Calmoto, and the establishment of a civilian oversight commission, an independent one. And to remind you of this basic responsibility that people haven't forgotten. I know that I'm the only one here tonight, but trust, ain't nobody forgotten you or forgotten your missteps or your lack of showing up in responsibility and accountability. So we will see you again, as we always do, unless you miraculously do what you are supposed to do, which you are bound to do for your constituency.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm a little bit surprised that you still have just 1 minute to get comments from the public. It's hardly enough time for anybody to get their opinion out. I don't see a single person up on the dais that can summarize their feelings in 1 minute. I think you ought to reconsider this. I mean, unless, you don't care what people say.
Thank you, sir. That was 30 seconds. Next person.
Can I take that 30 seconds?
My name is Carl Mueller. I live on Lomita and Hawthorne with my family. And the issue I want to raise, we share an alley with El Torito Restaurant, and the issue I want to raise is after-hour noise. We've got kids, and and there is an excessive noise from 11 o'clock until 2 o'clock. Most egregious is, taking out the trash with these carts that have metal wheels. It'd be an easy thing to fix, put rubber wheels on, it'd be a lot quieter. We've confronted them, they won't do it. The other thing is when they clean, about every 3 months, it's from 11 o'clock till 2 o'clock. We've confronted them, and the reasoning given is that we can't do it while the customers are here. Well, I don't think they ought to be able to do it while my kids are trying to sleep either. So we want the business to be successful, but we need a solution that's mindful of the people that live in the neighborhood as well.
Thank you, sir. I know staff was taking some notes on this one, and they will follow up. And if not, you can provide your name and contact information. They can.
Sure. Where do I?
You could just bring it up. Thank you, sir. I think, do we have anyone else from the public? If not, we will end oral communications number 1. We're moving on to item 8, consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? If none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9A is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve the side letter agreement regarding uniform allowance between the Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association and management, which updates the allowance from a gift card to cash in the classifications of Police Operations Supervisor, Forensic Identification Specialist, Senior Forensic Identification Specialist, and Forensic Supervisor. The uniform allowance is purchasable for employees hired prior to January 1, 2013, regardless of how it's paid. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have comments or questions from the public on item 9A? I don't see any. Take it back to the council.
Motion to approve item 9A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
I guess that was a resounding yes. We are now moving on to item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jamie Lay again from the City Manager's Office. Item 9B is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Resolution Number 2019-89 for executive and management employees to add the position of Police Services Administrator. On May 24th, the City Council adopted the fiscal year 2022-23 operating and capital improvement plan, which included the organization of the police department to enhance organizational efficiencies. At the October 11th City Council meeting, your honorable body approved the job specification of the Police Services Administrator. This item is to add the position to the Executive and Management Memorandum of Understanding. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I see a hand. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Jamie, just for clarification, this position will be civilianizing one of the captain's positions in the police department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments from the council? I don't see any, so I'll go to the public. Anyone from the public wish to speak?
Hello, this is Porchop again. I don't think this on, but anyhow. I think this is a new position as I can see it, and it's not very expensive. It's only like $180,000 a year, and I don't know what kind of benefits, but $200,000 in the city, but claims that they did not have money and they need money with SST so we all can pay more taxes. Oh, it's on. Anyhow, so My question is this: if we could operate up till now without this, why do we need this one in these hard times? The hard times are not over. So if we need this, why don't we hire more policemen who come on the street and patrolling the area, so when the bastard comes with the axe to my house and vandalizing my property, they could catch him?
Thank you, sir. Do you have anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? Take it back up to the council.
Motion to adopt item 9B.
Do we need a number and title first?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-104, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-89, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees.
I'll restate the motion. Motion to approve item 9B for resolution 2019-89.
Clerk, can you repeat the number again?
2022-104.
2022-104.
Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Item 9C was pulled. We're now moving to item 9D from Finance. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ian Daly from the Finance Department. Item 9D is a recommendation of the Finance Director. The City Council 1, adopt an ordinance amending Division 7, Chapter 6, Article 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code by adding Section 76.2.26 to create a process for the collection of delinquent water usage fees, and 2, approve an ordinance summary for publication. For background, beginning in 2011, the city implemented the first phase of this program to adjust delinquent balances for solid waste fees. The program was then expanded in 2013 to address delinquent sewer fees. Since implementing the program, it's proven to be effective and efficient at achieving 100% collection rates in these areas. Tonight's recommendation is to further expand the program to include Torrance water delinquent accounts, which are those accounts with a balance greater than 60 days overdue, with this same annual process. Staff is requesting your honorable body approve the proposed ordinance to expand this program to ensure accounts receivable balances for city services are kept low. Staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. Do any members of the public wish to speak?
Hello, this is Porchap again. I like this idea because, you know, I pay my water bills and everything, you know. I don't think in 31 years we missed a payment, even though I let my wife do the paperwork, and she did not make a mistake yet, you know. Anyway, so I like it, but I just don't understand it. If they put sewer charges, delinquent sewer charges on the whatever, lien on a house, then what was the problem up till now with the water bill? And I congratulate you not to continue that disgusting thing when Pat Furry, last time when we were talking about that, or maybe it wasn't Pat Furry all by himself, when you make a list of all the people who did not pay their water bill. Because that's a little bit, you know, under the belt. You know what I mean? That's not a private thing. Somebody in a hospital, somebody during COVID or something, they could not pay their bill. But they should. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
James Henry. It says create a process for collection of delinquent water usage fees. What is the process?
So this process would mirror that of sanitation and sewer, which in the late spring, early summer, account balances that are greater than 60 days old to stale are pulled and brought to council for approval to be placed on property tax bills. This process and amending this and adding water would just include those account balances as well.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? If not, City Clerk, may we get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3606, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding a new section 76.2.26 to the Torrance Municipal Code, creating a process for collection of delinquent water usage fees.
I'll take the motion to concur with the city manager and adopt ordinance 3906.
So moved.
Second?
And just to clarify, that was 3606.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
We're now moving on to item 9E from the Transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council, Ryan Plum, Transit Department. Item 9E is requesting your approval of a new memorandum of understanding with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for Proposition C 5% security funds. This is an MOU for regional funds that Transit is eligible for based upon our performance, and this MOU is renewed every 5 years. The term of this new agreement is July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2027, which Transit will use for security coverage for our fixed route buses and the regional transit center. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Do any members of the public wish to speak?
Hi, I'm just happy we can pay taxes for this and we get something back for it. And it's okay, you know, it's very good we're collecting $500,000, but let's not forget that, you know, the majority of the people don't even use this transportation. I don't want to go out on who uses it. And I did not experience any violence on Torrance buses because I did not go too many times with Torrance buses, but I used Metro Line 232 quite often, hundreds of times, and it wasn't very unusual, you know, fist fights and sort of things, you know. Nobody got murdered, but, you know, the police doesn't get there anyway, so I don't know what the 5% does for the security thing or whatever, because usually they just punch each other and then they disappear, you know. Or when the cops came, they says nothing to go on. So anyhow, good thing we applied for this, and then, you know,
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? If not, I'll take a motion to approve MOU for Proposition C 5% security funds.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
We're moving on to item 9F, also from Transit. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. The following item is requesting your honorable body's approval of two Measure R funding agreements with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Last year, transit staff applied for and was awarded funding for two special projects. These MOUs will provide funding to supplement the construction of a heavy-duty electric vehicle charging station at the city yard, and possibly expand it also to the regional transit center, and also some capital funding to develop and operate a microtransit demonstration project. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Does anyone from the public wish to speak?
Yeah, just as like people before, they said, you know, 1 minute is like nothing to talk about it, and here is like, you know, I don't know how many pages this. The good thing, you know, I see here like 1,500 parking spaces and this and that. Like I'm gonna get in my car and go 3-4 miles to get to the transit station. You know, we need parking spaces so much. And I don't know if I read it in this thing that trolley system, like people gonna come to this transit station and get on these electric trolleys and go to downtown with it. What for? Why would I go to downtown Torrance for? And other destinations, like to the medical facilities. Hello? I'm not gonna go with a bus to no place with medical issues, and when I get there, I don't want a free ride to a medical facility where my wife or my kid or my neighbor can drive me. Hello?
Thank you.
Howdy, Zaino Baji again. I'm really happy to see that Torrance is getting grant money for its heavy vehicle charging because that leads to cleaner air for our entire community, South Bay community. The other reason I'm really happy to see it is because heavy vehicles like buses will be the only vehicles coming to the Torrance Transit Center unless we get some regional collaboration, cooperation to figure out how Torrance would be, under what conditions Torrance would be open to alternative 3. I'll talk more about that in the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? I see one coming.
James Henry, I'm kind of confused with the funding on this. It says general fund for over $1 million. Is that true, or is it coming from someplace else and transferred into general funds? That's my question.
Which item are you referring to, Mr. Henry?
Are we on 9G?
No, we're on 9F.
Oh, sorry. I'll come back on 9G. Sorry about that.
You just lost 30 seconds, Mr. Henry. Anyone else from the public? All right, then we'll bring it back up. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the transit director.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9G from the fire department. Is there a staff presentation?
Don't get the opportunity to take in council appearing like this very often. Brian Hudson, Assistant Fire Chief, assigned logistics for the fire department. Item 9G is a request from fire to authorize a purchase order for self-contained breathing apparatus. This is a recommendation of the interim fire chief that council authorize a purchase order with All-Star Fire Equipment of Arcadia, California in the amount of $1,231,714.96 for self-contained breathing apparatus, equipment parts, and accessories. This is part of the facility equipment automation plan 1133 that was approved by council on May 24th of this year. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any members of the council have questions? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I had a couple, please. The funding available from FEAP 1133, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that that's money that's been earmarked for these kind of projects, in other words, pre-budgeted.
Correct.
Thank you. And then when is the delivery date expected if we approve this?
I was afraid to ask the vendor because of supply chain issues.
Right.
Right now, we're looking at 12 weeks.
Oh, okay. That's much quicker than I thought. What happens to the old equipment?
So the old equipment, that was purchased via grant funds. And so we're kind of, we have procedures that we would have to follow if we wanted to either make a donation to El Camino College or to try and return them as a credit towards the purchase. Looking at both of those options, being that the existing equipment is exceeded expected service life, the credit we would get is about $25 per unit, so very minimal. Right now, we have a large recruit class that we're anticipating in January, actually February, sorry. So we're currently planning on holding on to the old equipment to use during training so that we don't beat up the new equipment. That gives us some flexibility to hold on right now and determine exactly what we're going to do in the future.
Okay, may I ask just two more quick questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you. On page 2, paragraph 2, it talks about the bumper-to-bumper warranty on the new equipment. Is that forever, or is that for its expected lifespan of 15 years? And are we anticipating we'll use this equipment for 15 years?
15 years is a realistic service life expectancy. The warranty that's offered through the vendor, 3M Scott, is as long as you own the equipment, which is a significant improvement over the 10-year warranty that we have that's expired on the current equipment that we have.
Okay, and just so, and thank you for answering it. And then on paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, it just talks about its compatibility with our current equipment. I just didn't understand what that meant.
So we've been using Scott brand SCBAs and the associated equipment since 2000. Actually, initially purchased in 1999 prior to our current equipment. So there's a lot of accessory items that go along with just the air packs, including our compressor. We have airline tethered systems if we're doing technical rescue, so it's not just the rescuers operating with a cylinder on their back. They have a air hose that they can use to make entry into confined spaces or other hazardous environments. The hose carts, the airlines, all of that equipment that we currently have is still serviceable. We're going to maintain that, keep that in our inventory, but it's compatible with the equipment that we're recommending for purchase. There's a number of different items that fit into that. Some cartridge filters for chemical, biological, radiation, nuclear protection. What we have in our inventory on all of our apparatus is designed to fit on the Scott face mask, so we wouldn't have to change any of that. The accessory connections for our compressors to recharge the cylinders.
Thank you very much for answering my questions. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
First off, I want to thank you, Assistant Chief Brian Hudson, for taking my call and answering lots of questions I had on this, and same as the Chief on that. A couple of questions for clarifications. How many equipments are we purchasing?
We're recommending 117 packs, and then we're doing a 3-to-1 ratio for the cylinders. That allows us to have a full cylinder in every air pack that's on all of our apparatus, and it allows 2 spare full cylinders in case we have a large or prolonged incident to allow for reentry.
And the lifetime for the cylinders, are those, how many years can they last?
The cylinders are slightly different than the air packs. They have a black and white service life maximum of 15 years. We're obligated to have them pressure tested on a regular interval, but at 15 years, they are no longer serviceable.
And since these equipments are not being purchased through grant, we may be able to sell these equipments after 15 years and make some. Yeah.
That would be speculation, and all I can go by is what we're looking at right now. We have 15-year-old air packs. They're not worth much at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
May be able to donate again then.
Perhaps we could definitely look at supporting our local community college that has a thriving fire service or fire science program.
Thank you, sir. And thank you again for your answering all these questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just listening to your questions reminds me of old chemistry. You know, a lot of chemicals have half-life. after every half-life, it's only half as good as what it used to be. At some point, they're dangerous, so you don't want to keep them. I know it's dangerous to talk about this in public, it's in science, but I did.
I forgot to ask one more question.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Sorry about that. I know we talked about RFP process for this. Can you explain on that, elaborate on that as well, please?
Yeah, so this is a special opportunity purchase. Just so you know, the process that we went through for this, we've been using Scott product, as I mentioned, since 2000. That's when we took delivery of the order from 1999. So we have an extensive track record with one vendor. So what we wanted to do before going out and establishing an RFP was I wanted some of our field employees who are using these every single day to talk to other vendors and find out maybe there's technologies available that we're unaware of because we've been, operating with just one vendor. So we did that. We established a committee. We had multiple vendors come to the department, tell us all about their product. They left loaner equipment, and the 3 members of our committee brought that equipment back to their crews, and they field tested and used, got a feel for each of the different products. Ultimately, we felt Scott was our one option for a number of different reasons. And then based upon that and talking to the local vendor, All-Star, we were able to get pricing that's better than any other cooperative purchase that we were able to identify.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mayor.
If we don't have any more questions from the council, do we have anyone from the public?
Hello, everyone. I was going to ask the same question as Mr. Sheikh did. So this is a laughable matter. You guys come out here with this $1.2 million purchase, whatever, and you don't list what are you buying, how many, how much for, any details. So this is just like a check for whatever you want. And the other thing is, I understand the hazard of the firefighters, and I hope the new equipment gonna protect them at Jack Pizza. They're gonna protect them at the LA County Beach, with the speed bumps. And by the way, this is my personal preference. If you need this self-breathing, whatever apparatus, and you wanna save me, no, just let me die there, just like Anne Heche. I don't want expenses in hospital and die anyway.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? I believe our firefighters will still rescue you, sir.
We are on 9G, right? That's a joke.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
9G.
I still have a question about the funding from the general fund for over $2 million. Was this subsidized in any way from any other source for the funding?
So the last purchase was funded via grant. We received grant funding through UASI, which is the Urban Areas Security Initiatives. We applied for grant funding for the replacement. That was denied for a couple of reasons. One of them, there's other regional initiatives that received the grant funding. And the other part of that was that typically grant funding obligates the recipient to be able to perpetuate that project that they received grant funding for. So we were left with basically the only option is to fund the purchase internally.
Understand, and if I just read this correctly, I got the finance director in front of me. There is a FEEP and there is a number, so this was actually budgeted. So we have the funding. It wasn't like we didn't have it. Is that correct?
That's correct. This was a planned purchase, and it was included in the budget that was adopted by council.
Thank you.
And not to pat ourselves on the back, but we came in significantly under
Super, super. Great to hear that. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll take a motion to authorize a purchase order for self-contained breathing apparatus, equipment, parts, and accessories.
So moved on item 9G.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
We're now moving on to item 9I from the Transportation Committee. Is there a staff presentation? I believe that might be the cue for Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a recommendation of the Transportation Committee that the City Council accept and file the meeting report of September 28, 2022. Staff is directed to submit a letter of support for the C line, also known as the Green Extension to Torrance, using the existing right-of-way to Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority's Board of Directors. In addition, the letter also highlights the committee's request for the LA Metro Board to consider an underground train as a fourth option. On September 28, 2022, the Transportation Committee met to discuss current and upcoming projects relating to the public transportation in the city of Torrance and the South Bay region. City staff provided an update on the service changes for the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center and service duplication along Carson Street with Long Beach Transit. LA Metro staff presented updates on the C line extension to Torrance, and staff presented the city's concerns via an elevated train along Hawthorne Boulevard. It is imperative that the city submits our concerns to LA Metro so that they may include them as part of their environmental impact report, also known as the EIR. Tonight, Georgia Sheridan, Mobility Corridors Project Manager with LA Metro, will provide a brief presentation on C line extension to Torrance. Thank you.
Is Georgia Sheridan here? There you are.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Georgia Sheridan. I'm the project manager at LA Metro for the C line extension to Torrance. So this evening we thought we would walk you through quickly the project scope and schedule and our outreach process. I'm going to be joined with my colleague Mark Durking in a minute, who will talk a little bit about our engagement with the community. Next slide, please. So as you can see in the image on the screen, the map shows the existing metro system. The green line today extends east-west and then has a little stub that goes into the city of Redondo Beach and then ends. We are looking at extending the green line further south, 4.5 miles, through the cities of Lawndale, Redondo Beach, and Torrance, and it would terminate at the Torrance Transit Center. We are studying 3 different options of how that aligns. Sorry, here you can see that a little better, so you can see the dashed lines going from the green line, which will connect to the K line, and then the green line, of course, also connects to the silver line and the blue line. And I'll just note that Metro is currently changing the names of lines from colors to letters, so we're in a transition. So this is the C and green line. Next slide, please. The project, as I mentioned, is about 4.5 miles. There will be 2 new rail stations. The terminus station is in Torrance at the Transit Center. The middle station could either be along the Metro right-of-way near the Redondo Beach Transit Center that's also under construction, or along Hawthorne just south of Artesia. We estimate to have between 4,000 to 5,000 new daily riders on this project and between 11,000 to 15,000 project trips a day. There is funding from Measure M and Measure R for this project. In 2015, there was $891 million. That number obviously is going to escalate over time. We are working on cost estimates as we speak for the project. Also in Measure M, the project is designated to open sometime between 2030 to 2033. And at the very end of the presentation, we'll talk a little bit about what it would mean to arrive earlier than that. So you can see the 3 dashed lines on the screen. These are the 3 options that you will see in the draft EIR. Next slide. We are looking at 3 different profiles, and what I mean by profile is the height that the light rail would travel. So in some areas, we are looking at elevated sections. This is sometimes called aerial. In other areas, we are looking at running at street level, which we refer to as at grade. And along the metro right-of-way, we are looking at a trench option, which would run below street level. Next slide. So I'm going to go through the 3 options through the next 3 slides. On the map, you can see the metro right-of-way option. This is the existing freight corridor that's called the Harbor Subdivision. So the project would follow the right-of-way, which Metro owns, from the Redondo Beach station all the way to Torrance. It would start in an elevated configuration. The Redondo Beach Marine Station today is elevated. It would stay up until around 162nd Street, and then it would come down to run at street level for the remainder of the project. Next slide. The second option along the metro right-of-way would start elevated and then immediately come down to go under streets in an open-air trench, and it would stay in a trench all the way past 170th Street, at which point it would come up in order to cross over Artesia Boulevard and Grant next to the freight, and then would continue all the way to Torrance with an undercrossing at 182nd Street. Next slide. The Hawthorne Boulevard alignment would also start at the Redondo Beach station and then would turn out of the metro right-of-way to parallel the 405 freeway before turning onto Hawthorne Boulevard around 162nd Street. Between 162nd down to around 190th Street, the train would be in the middle of Hawthorne Boulevard in the median. This entire segment would be elevated from start all the way to 190th before it turns back on the metro right-of-way and then would continue into Torrance. Next slide. As I mentioned, the project ends at the Torrance Transit Center. We have been coordinating with city staff on the station area planning. As soon as the metro board would determine which alignment is selected, we would then continue our design process and would get more into the details of the station architecture, as well as first and last mile connections. First and last mile planning is really the way that people walk, bike, or transfer to our rail network. So that would be a community process that would start after we have board approval to continue forward. Next slide. This is an image of the transit center. The metro station is the purple bar, that would be the light rail platform, and the dashed lines show the proposed walking pathway, which would then connect to the transit center as well as future parking and development. We're also looking at having a pathway that would connect to Crenshaw Boulevard so that people could easily connect to the neighborhood. Next slide. So these are the topics under the California Environmental Quality Act that we will be studying and which will be evaluating the project in our draft EIR. Take a quick look. Next slide. We plan to publish the draft EIR in January 2023, and I will note that the draft EIR is not the only piece of project information that's important to the public and decision makers. We will also be publishing a series of documents. This will include a summary of all the outreach that we've done to date, ridership estimates, cost estimates, schedule information, and other types of information that's of community concern. For example, real estate needs to build and operate the project, any changes to streets or parking, things like that. So all of this information will be published in early 2023 and will be available for the public to review. We will also be holding public hearings as part of the draft EIR process. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Mark Durking to talk through our outreach.
Thank you. Mark Tierking, Community Relations Manager for Metro. I cover the South Bay. This is some highlights of the engagement that we're doing so far with the public. It's ongoing. It's been going since the inception of the project and the various iterations that we've come out with. We've had over 1,300 attendees at the community event so far. Earlier this year, we had some neighborhood walks where we actually walked both Hawthorne and the right-of-way and took folks along and answered questions. We've had 4 open houses with over 600 people in attendance during the COVID environment where we had couldn't do in-person meetings. We really tried to figure out ways that we could be creative and get people involved and give them an overview of the project. So we have the story map. It's a version of our website, and we've had over 5,000 people on that. We've had also virtual open houses to walk people through things during that time period. And we've also done a lot of door-to-door outreach to businesses along the Hawthorne, especially in the corridor. We're doing pop-ups in the community at various events. I think we went to one of your events this morning, and then we're going to a Halloween event this Saturday. So we'll have a booth out at those events to try and inform the public about what's going on. We're also trying to talk to bus riders as well as move forward. So next slide. These are the various themes that we're hearing from the public. I don't need to go at all of them in detail, but they're all very important. You know, people are concerned about noise, how that's going to impact their home or their business. So we're going to compile all those comments as you all do in your big projects, present them to our board, and then they will weigh all of that as part of the process moving forward. Next slide. So this is sort of a project schedule. As Georgia talked about it, we're right now, this is really to illustrate where the public engagement happens, and it really is through all of it, but there's peak periods. So right now, we're just before the release of the draft environmental, and there will be public hearings in that. The public will have the opportunity to have their 1-minute, their 2-minute statement before the board. We will also providing sort of an open house or discussion session prior to those where the public can also find out more information, ask their questions about the project. So that leads up to a locally preferred alternative, which is sometime in the summer of next year. And so that's a decision when the board will decide what route to pick. Next slide. Do you want to take this part over right now?
So in some of our previous conversations with the city, there's been a question of, well, what would it take to open this line before 2030? And so we have been looking at it and discussing internally with our team. As I mentioned before, Measure M has it opening between 2030 to 2033. And really what that means is there's a funding cycle. So the money becomes available at a certain date for us to begin construction. And there are many other projects in the Measure M portfolio. So if you want to go earlier, you start competing with other projects and you have to identify additional funds. Identifying those funds would be one thing that would be needed to accelerate the project. The other major things that would be needed is expediting all of the reviews and approvals and permitting for the project. So, you know, there's 3 cities in the project area. There's Caltrans. We are working with BNSF Railroad. There are many utility companies. We would need everyone to be on board with a very, very fast review and approval schedule. We would also have to have a very compressed construction schedule, which means things like nighttime work would probably need to be considered, whereas maybe in another schedule we wouldn't work 24 hours around the clock. So those are some of the considerations that would be needed to accelerate this project before the Measure M window. Next slide. I think that might be the last one. Oh, so for anyone that is not familiar with the project, these are a few links. As Mark mentioned, the outreach process is ongoing, so anyone can send us an email or leave a message or write a letter at any point along the process. The public hearings are formal moments where we take those public comments, and those will be responded to in the final EIR, but any outreach that we are doing throughout the process, we will be compiling and sharing with the Metro Board to help them make their decision likely next spring. We also created a video that's on our website that creates a 3D model of the cities and shows how the 3 different alignments would travel through the 3 cities. So if you want to understand what this would look like the video is a really good tool for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like we have a few council members who ask questions. The first one is Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate it. I've seen a lot of this stuff all before, but it's always good for the public to have the opportunity. The question I had is, you mentioned obviously coordination of all the different entities like utilities and even Caltrans. Is Caltrans involved in the right-of-way options? Or would that only be on the Hawthorne Boulevard option?
Caltrans has a small amount of coordination for the right-of-way, but much, much different level for the Hawthorne option.
Right,
So we
yeah.
have been working with them.
Our
as part of the
experience in Torrance working with Caltrans is it adds about 10 years to the project, so. Just, that's our experience, so thanks.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. If you could help me understand your methodology that the board is using to determine which process to take.
So the Metro Board we will present all of our information next spring, likely. So we will say, these are the findings from the draft DIR. The draft DIR is really intended to disclose, are there any environmental impacts that are significant? And if so, how would the project mitigate those impacts? So that's one piece of the puzzle. We would also be sharing input from all of the outreach, cost information, schedule information. Not all of the options can be built as quickly as each other, so that's something we're looking at. And the board is going to make their decision based on what they think is the right project to build.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of looking around a mushroom. No, it's okay. It's okay. Sorry. Is there any indication yet of which option would be less disruptive or quicker?
That's what we're working on right now. So we're in the process of trying to complete our environmental analysis, and that will uncover which would be most disruptive. Again, there's different ways of looking at disruption. So we're looking at it from the CEQA point of view, but of course, part of the reason we're publishing community input is that there are impacts or changes in the community that are not necessarily looked at under CEQA, but we are still going to be sharing that information with the board.
Thank you. Just one final question. Torrance prides itself on being a very business-friendly community. How will we make sure that the businesses' voices are heard so that they experience the least amount of disruption, especially if we go down Hawthorne Boulevard? Thank you.
So first of all, I'll talk about the outreach that we've done so far. We've walked door to door along the businesses along Hawthorne Boulevard to let them all know what's going on. They're also on all of our mailing lists as property owners and occupants of a particular business. So that's where that is. We're also very active in the Torrance Chamber. So I've been going to chamber meetings for over 6 years. So that's part of the pre-process. When we go into construction, and it'll be part of the environmental document typically, is we'll talk about how we do engagement as we do construction. We'll have a team of staff that are dedicated to working with the public, homeowners, residents, and businesses. And we also have various programs like we do Eat Shop Play, which is a program where Metro will advertise that business that's impacted by, say, a cut and cover that we're doing on a street or a closure that we're doing on a street to do construction. So we'll advertise that business. We'll encourage the community and the public to come patronize that particular establishment during the rough time that they're going through. And there's other things that we offer in terms of business assistance that Metro has provided on a variety of different corridors around the county. Did that answer your question?
It's a start. Thank you. Thank you. And just one final question. Will there be any assistance to residents as far as helping them double pane their windows and stuff like that too?
We're going to be looking at all of that and have that in the environmental document.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my
Sure.
questions. I appreciate you.
Might need you there for a couple more minutes, Mark.
Okay.
Because I think Councilwoman Kalani asked a question which I I just want to pull that string a little bit. You already had some community engagements already, as I see in the charts with local businesses. Anything you could share as feedback you've received? I know you've done it, so we're really interested in the feedback.
You know, we're going to have a listing of all of that. I think, you know, there's general concern or comments about how traffic's going to flow, what this would mean during construction for their particular business. So those type of impacts, the more dramatic impacts that people are concerned about is how does this impact their property? You know, we've had to talk through issues with, you know, frankly, various local businesses, Ganal Lumber. We've worked with Westwood Building Supply in Lawndale. We've looked at a variety of different people where the route needs to turn or change, and how does that impact the property? Do we need a sliver or something where the property is moving? So that's a part of our ongoing dialogue as we move now and as we move forward.
Can you remind us and the public, that some people weren't on the council, when this project was first initiated back in the day, you know, roughly what year it started the envisioning? And
So I'm going way back.
yes, go all the way back.
Proposition A was the first sales tax measure that was placed on the ballot. I think it was in the early 80s. And that was sponsored by Supervisor Kenneth Hahn. And that showed a map within that ballot proposition that outlined all the various corridors where rail would go to. And there was this definite South Bay extension to this on that Proposition A map going back then. In subsequent you know, years, we studied it in 2008. We started an environmental document. There was Measure R that talked about, and it was approved by voters to extend this. The right-of-way was purchased back in 1992 as a part of our overall purchase of rail properties throughout Southern California, which we built things like MetroLink and the Expo Line and other projects. So, and then we started up just on, again, once Proposition Measure M passed, we received more funding, and so during that time period, we went back out to the public with an alternatives analysis in 2017, 2018, to try to narrow things down, and now we're back out with the final and formal environmental document.
So would it be correct to say, I don't know if it's all the way back to the 80s, there in Prop A, with the metro right-of-way, the railroad tracks that existed, that it was really envisioned where the eventual metro line would go down?
In 82, they might not have envisioned the right-of-way, but they definitely were going to, committing the Board of Supervisors and Metro, or the predecessor RTD, was committing to do something in the South Bay. When we bought the lines in 1992 or 1990, that was a pretty sizable commitment.
Okay, so in 1992, when you bought the right-of-way, that pretty much was saying, this is the path the future metro will go down. That's the reason we spend the big bucks.
I think that was one of the reasons the board was considering at that time. You know, I think the board was trying to preserve these for the public as well, so for eventual use.
Understand, I mean, the railroad tracks are always going down there, so if you just use some common sense, that seems to make sense. At which point was the discussion of would we go down once LA was selected for the 2028 Olympics? How much is that going to decision-making, and how critical is it to the metro?
Well, Metro had a program, trying to answer the best I can, about during Phil Washington's tenure, where they targeted certain key projects throughout the region as being a 20 by 28 priority for the Olympic Games. They identified within that 4-pillar transit corridor, so rail line corridors, to be built around the county, and this is one of those 4 that they wanted to work hard to get open by 2028. So we're working through that program. Measure M has a different time schedule, but you know, we're still working forward and trying to get it done as quickly as possible.
Okay, well, maybe I was just trying, is that like one of the highest priority to get it done? I saw your schedule, it says 2030. When it started, when was the completion time target?
It was 2030 by 2033 in Measure M, so, but our board wanted to accelerate that, so we've been working under that direction to try to accelerate it. And we're doing everything that, you know, the engineers can do in this process.
Measure M, when was that again?
Measure M was,
2016.
So you're saying by 2016, Metro already knew is the 2030 completion date?
So Measure M was a sales tax measure that the county voted on to tax themselves. And as part of that, it included a series of transportation projects all around the county.
I understand.
And so they assigned basically timeframes for all of these projects. So in 2016, the timeframe was assigned to the future Green Line extension with a 2030 to 2033 date. So it's always been that, but the Metro Board, after 2016, when they found out the Olympics were coming, thought maybe we could accelerate some of these early projects and get them completed sooner.
so the Olympic decision came after Measure M.
Understand. But that is a goal. I'm trying to understand, is that a real goal? Because we're on the world stage and, you know, we got traffic jam and that's gonna be, you know, it's an egg on our face.
It's a
Internationally.
goal. We're trying to share with you the challenges to get to that goal.
Got it. Okay, I'll come back later. I see Councilman Sheikh has clicked in. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentations. Couple of clarifying questions. If we go to elevated or the right-of-way, how much will be the impact for exercising eminent domain, if there is? Are you gonna?
So eminent domain is something that Metro uses as a last case scenario. So we rarely use it. We try to work with property owners to, you know, come up with an accommodation if we need to purchase a property. I will say that the Metro right-of-way does not require many purchases of property because the right-of-way is between 100 and 200 feet. And so that gives us enough room in most areas to construct the project. If the Hawthorne alignment was selected, that would have a higher number of real estate acquisitions that would be needed to construct the project. The majority of it would be constructed in the middle of the street, but there are some areas where we would need private property.
And we will outline all of those impacts in January as part of the environmental process. We will outline in some of those addendum documents that we talked about that are going to be released in January for the public. So you'll actually be able to see your property and what the impact would be in terms of a property acquisition or need.
But you do not have any numbers, exact numbers, how many property if we go?
There's a formal process to releasing it, and so that's why we're waiting until January.
Also, you had a lot of outreach. Have you compiled any data? What were the most common questions? And can you share with public in the near future?
We'll summarize. We'll have all of those documents available for the public to look and the board to look at when they make a decision. It's not a vote, so I don't know. We're not compiling how many. It's just difficult to do that. You might have one letter that says, you know, I don't like this, I like this. It's just hard to pull all of that together in the way that you're talking about.
But there are concerns about these. So, do you have any countermeasures? How you address at least those concerns?
All of this is considered in the document.
But are you going to share those questions
Yes.
or any data? Okay, and how'd you?
Yeah, so I'll just offer that one of the slides in the presentation has themes.
Yes.
And
I saw
those
that.
are fairly consistent themes that we've heard throughout the process. So, you know, we will be releasing an outreach report that will identify how many events we had and what people asked and what people said. That will be published with the draft DIR. The draft DIR, there's another page on the slide that lists all of the topic areas. So all of those topic areas will be analyzed for any environmental impacts. If there's an issue that's not in those topic areas, for example, acquisitions is not an environmental impact according to CEQA. However, We know that people want to know what properties would be needed, so we will still be publishing that information at the same time as the draft EIR.
Also, in our transportation committee chaired by Councilman Matucci, we talked about fourth alternative underground. Did you guys do any homework on that? Any recommendation, any discussion?
So at this stage, we are studying the options that the Metro Board authorized us from the previous study to evaluate. The Metro Board can obviously make a determination when we go before them this spring and ask us to study another option, or they can select one of the options we've studied. But at this point, we are not studying an all-underground option unless directed to by the Metro Board.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let me ask a few follow-on questions before I toggle back to Councilman Kalani. If a question cannot even be asked to the Metro Board until spring, definitely you lose about 6 months. You're saying you go to the Metro Board in spring to at least consider the underground, then?
No, we're considering underground on the whole route, but, I mean, not the whole route, but, there's a section in Torrance where we're going by places like the refinery where we're not looking at it. So there's some areas where we're looking at a trench. We went through the presentation tonight. So you saw the dashed lines. That would be considered underground, right? Trench?
I don't think so. I think underground is boring. I think it's the way I think underground, that is boring underneath. Is it?
Okay, we will have a section that discusses, if I'm wrong, boring, but that wasn't a choice that the Metro Board decided to move forward with.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to make sure there's clarity on what the Transportation Committee was referring to when they said underground. I don't think it's trenching. I think it's
not trenching. It's the boring. It's underground. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very expensive.
But it was not discussed at all. Not even considered.
No, absolutely. In 2017 and 18, yes, our board deliberated that.
And then it was ruled out.
Yes.
okay. Let's go back to Councilwoman Kalani.
It's more of a comment. Thank you, Mayor, and I really appreciate the council members' conversation and your answering our questions. Thank you. You had mentioned reaching out to places like Goodall Lumber. They could probably survive a year of disruption. I'm worried about our smaller businesses that barely made it through COVID and they're just trying to get back. I don't know that they could survive a year of disruption. I'm really concerned about it, quite honestly. So I would appreciate it if you would reach out to them, reach out to the people that are really, truly going to be affected if we didn't follow the existing line and did something different.
Yes, we will double our efforts there.
Thank you.
Going back to your presentation, I think it's probably page 2 or 3 where you have the 3 options. The right-of-way goes through a current planned Redondo Beach Transit Center, correct?
Yes. Let me clarify that all 3 options are the same south of 190th Street. So they all go to the Torrance Transit Center.
Yeah, I'm not looking at
Okay.
South of 190th Street. I'm looking at where the picture where it says Redondo Beach
Okay.
Transit Center. I
So-
see a circle there.
Yes,
And I see the Metro right-of-way. If we go down that way, it goes right by it.
that's correct.
You can't avoid Redondo Beach in the way up on the top. That's how the extension starts, right over there.
That's correct.
And the Hawthorne one takes that path pretty much out of Redondo Beach until it connects up to around 190, correct?
That's right. So the Hawthorne alignment turns to parallel the 405.
Yep.
And then turns onto Hawthorne in the city of Lawndale, and then travels down south along Hawthorne with a station near the South Bay Galleria, just south of Artesia, and then would continue to Torrance. The right-of-way There are two options along the right-of-way. Both of those would have a station that was along the right-of-way next to the Redondo Beach Transit Center.
Right, the way I see that. And then the one that has the Hawthorne corridor actually moves more into the heart of Lawndale as well. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes through Lawndale. Both options go through all three cities.
Right. But and some is right down the middle, which other ones is right at the border.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'd have to look at a city map to.
I'm looking at the city
okay.
map that you gave me, actually.
Okay. I'm not sure how to.
Yeah, I'm just
respond
trying to determine how do you determine impact. I think there's a lot of questions trying to figure out at some point when you go to the Metro board with all the data, how does the board member receive the data to even come to a recommended path forward decision? Do you expect, do you think your presentation at some point would be, here's all the data, have at it, or, you kind of have to give them objective data, but I don't think they're gonna
So
digest
after
500
we.
pages in front
No,
of you.
it's a good question. After we complete our environmental process for the draft EIR and go through the public hearings and share all of the information at that point, staff will be compiling all of it and trying to distill the findings. And at that point, we would make a recommendation to the Metro Board. Now, they can decide to stick with that recommendation or go with something else. At this point, we do not have a recommendation. We have not completed our findings.
Okay, it just wasn't clear earlier.
No,
that
that's a good question.
The staff would come with recommendation. It came out like, here it is, have at it. It came out a little bit that way. All right, do I have any other questions from the council? You will have a second chance. Let's go to the public. City Clerk?
Heidi Osborne.
Good evening. My name is Holly Osborne, and I am a North Redondo resident. I was here at your September 28th Transportation Committee meeting where three of you were discussing the metro options. You all three acknowledged that the row option, which hardly affects Torrance at all, might not be the best option for the South Bay as a whole. You mentioned that you wish that there could be a fourth option. I appreciated your discussion. Actually, Metro does have another fourth option, the no-build option. The engineers on the recent walk said that's still on the table. I would like to know, if the option were just the Hawthorne elevated versus the no-build option, which would you select? So please discuss that in your report. And I've followed this since 2018, and I have different answers than some of the ones you were given. Thank you, bye.
Robin Ramsey.
I'm going to yield to the next person.
Okay, just so you know that the minutes aren't added, so the next person is Zainul Baji.
My name is Robin Ramsey. I'm a resident of Lawndale, and the train coming through currently is only once a day, which is very nice because we know it comes in the middle of the day. It doesn't interrupt sleep time or anything. Right now with the rail, if it comes through our neighborhood, even with the soundboard, it comes through every 15 minutes, and the homes on either side of it are going to be impacted with the noise and the interruptions going from 6 in the morning, I believe, until about 11 at night. Is that correct? So I just want to express that I think the best way to go is down Hawthorne Boulevard for the mere fact that it does do less interruption. It will help the businesses, and if you get the ridership that you want, it will also help the businesses. Thank you.
Zainul Baji.
All right, Council, thank you for your openness in this discussion. And thank you, Councilmember Kaji, though he's not here at the COG, he was the first one to think about going underground in terms of a metro tunnel. when we talk about disruption from noise, it's not just the metro trains. In Redondo Beach, it's moving the big freight train 15 feet closer to the residential developments. And one of those residential developments, Breakwater Village, is senior housing. There's people in that place that already adjust their picture frames every day after the train goes by. Imagine what it'll be like for them if you move that train closer, leaving aside the land subsidence issues, which you can read about in that letter. So what I'm asking you to do is continue this item. Come back in a week, 2 weeks, with the conditions under which you would allow Hawthorne Boulevard to get your support. If I were on your council, I'd say, hey, Metro, if it's going to take out our Volvo dealership, we want remuneration for taking out our Volvo dealership.
Thank you, Councilman Obaji. I guess the question can go both ways. What does it take for Redondo to accept the right-of-way? I guess the question goes both ways that we all should be looking at. Okay. Anyone else from the public?
Yes, I did not fill out a card, but I'll start right away. I am Ray Holler, a homeowner in Southwest Lawndale for 36 years, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thanks to very much to the Transportation Committee, and I hope all of you, for recognizing the very long-term impact a C-line train extension will have on the entire South Bay, essentially forever. Now then, regarding the agenda on item 9I, I ask that you hold back approval of the city staff's recommendation for the C-line path they've recommended. At the Transportation Committee meeting on September 28th, after I saw the city staff presentation, I spoke and I created a rebuttal to that, which I emailed to all of you then in October, and I made a part of this public comment this meeting today, and I hope that that's helpful to you because it addresses every issue that city staff brought on. It is a rebuttal of every issue they brought up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I think everyone who signed a card has spoken. Anyone else?
Hello, this is Porchak again. I'm very happy so many people showed up and speak their mind, but I also understand this whole thing is shoved down your throats. You know, when whatever you vote for here, we're gonna get this because the people voted for this measure, and in like, what is it now, 4 years, we come to the point we're discussing what we're going to build with the millions they already collected and they spend that on themselves so far. So that's a tragedy in America. The government takes our taxpayers' money and this is what they do with it. Millions and millions, hundreds of $millions later. And by the way, last time, these two individuals, who's here, the lady and the guy, I watched them. Instead of using the excellent and great Torrance transportation system and bus system, they came here with their car. They drove here with their car.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public? I see one coming.
James Henry, I have a question on the funding for this project. Is there a budget for this project? And will any additional funds needed to complete this project be subject to public approval? That's about
Are you done with your comment? Or?
I'm asking a question. Is there a budget for the project?
James, I would suggest you got 30 seconds left. If you have more than one question, ask them all now and let them answer.
I just asked you 2 questions. Were you listening?
Okay. He took up his time. Can you respond?
Okay, sure. So the project has funding allocated from Measure M and Measure R. We are developing cost estimates now. When we go to the Metro Board, they would need to approve the project, so they would have to identify if they approve spending more than it was initially allocated, if that's the case. And if that is the case, then we also have to go identify those funds, where they come from. And the other question...
So before you go answer the other one, if I know Mr. Henry, I think he was looking for a number.
So there's $891 million between Measure R and Measure M. However, those dollars are in 2015 dollars, so they need to be escalated to current date.
Okay. Thank you. And the second question?
So the second question is that the Metro Board would be the approving body of spending more than the allocated amount.
So definitely, if you want to accelerate to get it done by March of 2028, you need to say, this is how much it costs, and this is what it's going to take to get there. Should that be a high priority, and then which route it would have a potentially realistic chance of even making it? All right.
Correct. I'll just answer one other question, was about the operating pattern. So currently, Metro operates about a 20-hour day. The operating times will be established closer to the opening of the line, depending on the current patterns and ridership, but we could assume that it would be similar to what we have today, which is a 20 hours. So it could be starting to open up the system, you know, between 4 and 6, and closing between midnight and later hours.
Understand. Anyone else from the public? Well, I will bring it back to the council. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the questions was also about the noise of the train. Can you address that as well, please? Thanks.
So noise and vibration are definitely probably the top issue for the community. There'll be a chapter in the draft EIR that will be evaluating, does the project create any additional noise and vibration? And then if it does, are there any mitigation measures that could reduce or eliminate those impacts? So things like sound walls or special track work, those are things that would be evaluated in that chapter.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, I just thought of something. Frequently, I go up to Pasadena, and I know the Gold Line travels on a large part on a previously existing right-of-way through residential neighborhoods. What kind of issues have there been? Can you address any of that in areas like that where Metro used an existing right-of-way for conversion to use for Metro transit, and impacts on residential or others?
I'm probably not the best person to talk through the planning because that occurred years ago, but I will say that we do have several instances where light rail travels through residential communities in the system. So South Pasadena, Highland Park, Cypress Park, parts of Pasadena all have the light rail very close to homes. In addition, the Expo line goes through Culver City, and West LA, and Santa Monica is also near residential.
And another reason I know, just for the public, is because I've actually ridden the Gold Line. Shock. But it goes through really beautiful residential communities, and I hadn't heard of any significant complaints. I mean, obviously nobody, if given a choice, people would prefer not to have a train go there, but.
I'll turn it over to Mark, but we did take people out on tours in a previous study to go ride some of the Gold Line and Expo Line to see and look and hear what it feels like.
Great, thank you.
And we continue to adjust horns and bells as, you know, to try to make the experience for those residents as pleasant as possible. And for the record, I took the red line into work today, so.
I guess if everybody's walking around with the earbuds on, it may not be an issue at all. Anybody else from the council? If not, how does the council, Councilman Sheikh, you got a comment or question?
Question. Last time when we met, you were going to look into the K line extension, how much the time frame was that, and how much it was delayed. Do you have any idea for that? You were going to look into that?
So I guess, you know, we're still doing research on it, and I was having trouble understanding your question. Are you looking for the delay on the contract or what?
On the
Because
project.
we did have a significant delay on that project due to the contract. I think it was 4 or 5 years or so. but it was significant on that particular project. And I think it's well documented in the LA Times.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else from the council? If not, how does the council wish to proceed? Do you? Or I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Transportation Committee.
So moved to accept and file the report for the Transportation Committee.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you, Mark and Georgia, for coming tonight. Appreciate you answering, you're patiently responding to our questions in the public.
Your Honor, I'm
Yes,
sorry,
Danny.
Danny Santana, Assistant City Manager. The council's motion had the accept and file, but there was an and in there. So if we can request the council to clarify whether that motion included approval of staff submission of the city's official position to LA County Metropolitan Transportation Authority and the C line extension to Torrance, staff would appreciate that.
Councilman Lewis, I think there was a clarification. It's not just accept and file, and also to concur with the recommendation from the Transportation Committee to that the Metro right-of-way will be our recommended route to the LA Metro. Is that your motion?
And that is my second.
Thank you.
I would clean that up and vote, just to make sure that we have that in the record.
Yes, I think we're voting now.
Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you, Danny. I was trying my best to regurgitate what you were trying to say.
Staff will be, Kim Turner, Transit Director, we will follow up with the letter.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll word it much better than the way I garbled it. We're now moving on to item 9J from the Fire Department. Is there a staff presentation?
Honorable Mayor, City Council, Richard Kazanjian, Deputy Fire Marshal, Fire Department. I have a short one for you today. It's a recommendation of the interim fire chief that City Council set a date of November 8th, 2022 for a public hearing on the proposed local amendments to the 2022 California Fire Code. Told you it was short.
That was short. I was still flipping pages. Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Any members of the public wish to speak? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We'll bring it back to the council. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I, again, just want to thank Chief Toomey and his staff to answer lots of my questions, and a lot of clarifying questions, and just want to thank them. Thank you.
Super. Any other comments? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the fire marshal.
Motion to concur with the recommendation of the fire chief.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
We're now to item 9K from the fire department. Is there a staff presentation? Whoops. My bad. We're on 9K.
K.
9K.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 9K is an update from the Office of Economic Development. A little more than quarterly since I was last up in May. Next slide, please. Hoping soon we'll have some pretty new pictures to share on this slide, as the Community Development Department has just recently launched the Commercial Rehabilitation Rebate Program, and we also really need to come up with a catchier name for it. We're working on that. With the launch of this new facade improvement program, as it used to be called, funds of just under $250,000 have transitioned from the City Council-approved COVID-19 Business Assistance Program to fund this commercial rehabilitation rebate program. This new program can assist with property beautification projects such as facade improvements, awning replacements, window and door upgrades, lighting, signage, parking lot ceiling and striping, landscaping, and other exterior improvements to properties. Businesses will need to apply for their projects to be approved, and we have an application already, that process is already set. Then the project cost will be matched on a tiered basis. For example, grants of $1,000 may be allocated for minor repairs, moderate upgrades for up to $20,000, and large-scale projects potentially matched up to $40,000. Next slide, please. Redevelopment and new construction continues strong across the city in all types of building. At Del Amo Fashion Center, business is strong and there's a lot of leasing activity happening. Sales are outperforming 2019, which is the benchmark being used as the last stabilized year for sales. And several stores and restaurants, from beauty products to clothing to ramen and poke, recently opened or are slated to open in the coming year, as represented on this slide. Next slide, please. Continuing to show the new business activity and frequent ribbon cuttings, most in partnership with the Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce, Hanam Market with their food court opened at the end of June, and Lunasia Dim Sum House just opened officially last weekend. The Torrance, it's kind of hard to tell on this slide, but the Torrance Auto Dealers Association, although the association is on hiatus, possibly until dealership inventory increases, they're still struggling with the chip shortage. But with that being said, auto sales still remain steady, and that's what this bar graph is showing. The group is planning to schedule a meeting for November that will include city representatives, so I'll be updating you on that when that happens. Next slide, please. This slide shows occupancy, average daily rates, and revenue per available room at Torrance hotels, and shows that they're continuing on a positive trend. The visitor numbers at the California Welcome Center at Del Amo Fashion Center continue to increase as well. Next slide, please. The Office of Economic Development and Discover Torrance, our tourism board, have partnered on some advertising opportunities of the past few months. The images shown here were used in a couple of Los Angeles Business Journal special publications and also in Urban Land Institute magazine, which has an international presence both in print and digitally. The Discover Torrance board at their last meeting approved the marketing plan for 2023, which will more actively market the city of Torrance to visitors with more paid media, interactive social media games, podcasts, augmented reality, and experiential activations. Next slide, please. With the increase in travel everywhere, economic development staff are focusing on the options for friendship city relationships. Establishing these types of relationships can aid in international business connections and foreign direct investment in Torrance, as well as support Torrance's involvement in the 2028 Olympics and other sports-related hospitality and tourism opportunities on the horizon. Two cities that have already reached out to Mayor Chen to express interest in establishing relations are Changhua City, Taiwan, and Hwaseong City, South Korea. More information on these two cities and a program policy for approval, as was requested by Mayor Chen earlier this evening, will be coming back at the next council meeting for review and approval. Next slide, please. Public Works has taken the wayfinding and signage plan and run with it as far as moving forward with a new signage design. Fabrication of the gateway signs and wayfinding signs around Civic Center are out to bid, and we should be seeing these signs being installed in the next few months. The arch motif from the signs is also being replicated in other ways, such as on the new My Torrance app, which was showcased at the beginning of this meeting, and on the signage at the 3290 tiny homes, as well as will soon be seen on the pilasters, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Craig? Pilasters, on the 405 freeway as part of the 405 Crenshaw Boulevard interchange improvements. And thank you very much to Public Works for pushing that effort as well. We'll look forward to seeing those. So keep a lookout for the Torrance arches and other branding and marketing efforts to come. Next slide, please. Implementation of the downtown revitalization plan is moving forward as funding allows. Options for the reconfiguration of parking on Cabrillo Avenue are being studied. Pricing for the repair and addition of more string lighting is being gathered, and staff are also actively communicating with Southern California Edison on the recurring problems with the street light outages. Staff have also been meeting regularly since May with a working group from the Downtown Torrance Association to explore the establishment of a business improvement district. The working group presented their findings to the larger Downtown Torrance Association group just last week and received approval to move ahead with the process. And more information on this effort will also be presented at the next council meeting on November 8th. Next slide, please. The Torrance Tech Committee, established in May, has been meeting regularly with 2 in-person meetings and 2 virtual since that time. Over 20 diverse businesses have been meeting to discuss opportunities where the city can benefit businesses, where businesses can benefit the city, and where businesses can benefit each other. Objectives and even the name of the group are being refined, and it is anticipated that this group will act in an advisory capacity to the city to improve our efforts in attracting and retaining innovative businesses. Next slide, please. Many long-running events have returned to Torrance with the pandemic easing, and more have been added. The coastal cleanup, shown with our council members here, was very well attended, with many businesses supplying teams to work that event. Activations at Del Amo Fashion Center, as well as the world's largest inflatable park, had a run at the mall, and now Circus Vargas are attracting more visitors to Del Amo Fashion Center. The downtown area had a car show, the Rock Around the Block returned, and Scare Down occurred within the last few months. Those events introduce and reintroduce visitors and customers to the businesses in the downtown area. Next slide, please. Ribbon cuttings continue on. They've been plentiful both for Chamber of Commerce member businesses and for businesses not yet chamber members. Pictured here are Hanam Market, Boot Barn celebrating their relocation, and I think that's where Councilman Matucci got his hat. Mimmer, technology company that furthers networked and autonomous functions, and Zoom Room dog training business. Next slide, please. Special events and filming. Filming continues steady with 17 film permits issued since our last update. Projects include commercials, television shows, as well as student films, videos, and still shoots. Now that our application is fully online, there's opportunity to explore increasing filming activity in the city. Next slide, please. The Economic Development Team and partners visit businesses as time allows and provide assistance to companies coming into or expanding in the city. Recently, nearly every company, no matter their industry, has needed help with recruitment and training of employees. This has been keeping our partner, the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, very busy, as you heard from Chris Cagle's presentation last week, or last meeting. Companies shown here on this slide with their logos represent software, aerospace, electric vehicle, service companies, hospitality, and retail industries. Next slide, please. Other active development of note is the Ceres Regis project at 190th and Western. Phase 2 of this project is in process, and phase 3 will be beginning. And on the slide, you can sort of see the demolition of the the iconic Toyota headquarters building. Companies occupying the new space include advanced manufacturing, freight forwarding, and sports equipment distribution. Next slide, please. City staff continue to provide ongoing assistance to companies such as international biotech giants Polypeptide and Bachem, to local nonprofit branches of the American Legion and the Volunteer Center in the downtown. The Economic Development Manager, that's me, recently joined the California State University Dominguez Hills Foundation Board. Already, this connection is strengthening the relationship between Torrance and the university, and there may be an opportunity for a satellite location for a specific university program to be housed in Torrance. Next slide, please. And wrapping up, I'm proud to announce the launch of an interdepartmental initiative, Why Torrance, to better market the advantages of doing business in the city of Torrance. A storyboard has been created to better engage viewers with interactive information and to tell the Torrance story more effectively with embedded video testimonials, updated demographics, and streamlined information. Please visit torranceca.gov/whytorrance to check it out and let us know what you think. Next slide, please. More information, details, and links to reports and companies mentioned can be found on the Economic Development website. Earlier reports are archived there and are still viewable, along with the information from this report that has been posted today. And with that, I would like to give a special thank you to all the city staff and the community members who supported these economic development activities, especially most recently this Why Torrance initiative. And I thank you all for listening, and I stand by for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? I see Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. I really appreciate your report. I'm exhausted from listening to all the things that you do, but actually that's a concern more than a compliment. And you and I met last week. We had a very nice meeting to talk about economic development in the city, and I expressed to you some of my concerns, and I think you kind of concurred with a lot of what I was saying, is that our economic development is seeming to be pulled in 10 million different directions. Can you share with the public how many people are dedicated to economic development in the city of Torrance? 5? Oh, 1. Okay. Yeah, you scared me when you said 5.
Like me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And so it seems like we've put an awful big burden on you, and maybe this is something we should talk about, is maybe we need to have more staff to help in economic development. But I am concerned that we just keep piling more things on your plate, and to me, it seems like it'd be easily distracting you from what I would envision as the primary objective, and that's to retain and attract new businesses to the city. And so that's one of the concerns that I've had, and I've expressed those comments in previous discussions on items that are being put on your plate, is that we need you to kind of focus and prioritize, in my opinion, on what should be the priorities of economic development. These are obviously just my opinions. One of the things that we also talked about that I wanted to share publicly is that we don't currently have a database of the available properties in our city to be able to properly market to businesses. Well, we have this, that, and the other thing available, and so I hope that that's something that maybe we can see some improvement on, because it's not the first time we've talked about doing that. And, how do we know, can we attract this many more businesses? Do we have even the space to put them? And without knowing what we have, it's hard to properly plan for that. So I just wanted to throw out that, compliment you on the immense amount of stuff that's on your plate, and hopefully we can find a way to focus on bringing in businesses. The other thing I wanted to touch on too was, I know there's some emphasis on reaching out for international businesses, but I think there's an awful lot of businesses here in Southern California or California that would be very easy, low-hanging fruit to get to if they were properly marketed to, and that, in my opinion, would be far easier than reaching out to overseas to find businesses. Again, just my opinions, and thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. I certainly couldn't do everything that has been shown tonight without the economic development team and all of the department coordination and the efforts of everyone that supports economic development. But I appreciate your comments, and we're looking into those
Oh,
things.
and I did have one other question on the issue about the business assistance program for the facades and all that stuff. Is there a website I can direct people to for that program, or just direct them
Yes.
direct to you?
It can be directed to me or community development, and we do have a page on the community development website or webpage.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani.
I had clicked in to speak, but then Councilmember Griffin thanked you profusely for everything you do. And I also do think we should look into getting you some support. But I just had a question. When I look at the picture of the Torrance Gateway, is it too late, or is there a way to maybe incorporate the standard signage into that? Can we speak with the owners of the development? It's the first thing you see when you come in on that street.
I believe we can, and I know the planners in community development have also shared our signage themes with them as well, so there may be opportunities for incorporating that.
Thank you. It'd be nice on anywhere you enter, if we could get the businesses to help. Thanks.
Agreed.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. In fact, I shared my personal experience with you that people know you more than anybody, for the city. You're very famous, and everybody knows you, and you do a lot of work for the city. Thank you for all your efforts and hard work. My question, or a couple of questions. Number one, what are we doing for existing businesses for having them to retain here? Are we incentivizing them besides this, the website that you shared with us earlier? Do we have any database that they give you what kind of help they need? Or
Probably spend more of our time on the retention of businesses. Obviously, that's more valuable. We have a business visitation program that helps us to reach out to businesses to find out about them, welcoming them. Follow up with assistance depending on what they need. This facade improvement program is a tool that we can help assist them. In the past, we've also provided other financial assistance through what we call a grant loan program. So some of these tools are used on an as-needed basis depending on what the business needs. So the business visitation program helps us to understand that. Also, we work, again, in partnership with the other departments and the members of the economic development team that are interacting with businesses when they first come into the city or when they're getting permits. And we may be connected through economic development to offer them assistance. Informing businesses about our permit expediting, that there are things that they can check online, that we can work with them to do inspections at certain times. So there's a variety of ways that we do it.
Councilman Adam Chaparran, City Manager, if I may chime in, we also our built environment through police and fire services, the quality of the character of our community, the ability with the Good School District, partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, our business outreach efforts through TPD, our responsiveness on homeless issues. I think those are some of the characteristics that make Torrance unique. While we are limited in our resource allocation to businesses per se on the direct financial contribution, we create an environment that creates opportunities for businesses to thrive. And that's through our capital projects that are in effect right now with the medians, the beautification efforts, the wayfinding, the safety components, our own Class 1 fire department, accredited fire department. Those are all the characteristics that create an environment for businesses to thrive. While there's challenges, coming out of this pandemic, we try to be responsive and help both from the moment they submit for plans on the expansion, for growth. We make sure we provide that Torrance concierge service. And if any business has a challenge with any city service, we ask them to contact Fran specifically, and then we follow up and try to assist them.
And that's one of the reasons why we have the team too. I mean, some of our success stories have been from a fire inspector who has been out at a business that has voiced that they're having some concerns and they're connected with me or with the economic development team, and then we're able to assist them.
So if I'm not mistaken, we had about 15,000 business licenses in the city of Torrance,
About that, yeah, I think.
something
Little
like
bit
that.
under,
So,
yeah.
do we know how many businesses left that did not renew their business license? I'm sorry, I didn't ask that question before.
Yeah, we don't really know. Oftentimes, when businesses leave, they don't inform us that they've closed. But again, with the fire inspections, when we're checking buildings, then we can identify that as well. And we're looking at opportunities where we can positively market getting a business license. So that might encourage more businesses to make sure that they secure a business license and that they renew.
Some of the areas, like in Hawthorne Corridor, I see some of the vacancies, some of the offices are vacant. Are we reaching out to them? Are we reaching to the landlord and ask them if we can provide any assistance to them finding their new businesses in those locations?
We have worked with property managers in the past, but that is a good idea to really focus on that. I think especially as a result of the pandemic, when folks aren't coming back to office space, that could be an area that we could increase our focus on.
Councilman, Mayor, one of the concepts we've been exploring is we received a significant interest from various sectors of the broker community as well as marketing firms. We are going to develop a mechanism where we can authorize individuals to act as agents of the city based on some mechanism where they get vetted either through a commission system where we can connect them with all the opportunities. Almost back to Councilman Griffith's point, what are those characteristics that make Torrance unique? We're not a grocery receipt tax. We have one of the best school districts. We have the second shopping mall in California. We got 20 car dealerships, 13 microbrews. We're by the beach, the airport. Torrance sells itself, except there's only so many hours in a day and so many friends and economic development team members. We get people to always tell us, well, let us help you market. Well, I think there's value in us going through a process, and that's one of the goals, objectives, is to bring you a plan where we can establish criteria based on a proven track record and almost create agents that can say we're authorized on behalf of the city of Torrance to fill these vacancies. There's a natural progression in the broker community. Torrance is a known entity in the Southern California market because of all those characteristics. But I think we have opportunities to expand outside of both within the region, international, different states. We can't do it alone, but I think we need to look at a mechanism to add value, either, like I said, a per diem basis to cover some basic expenses, go through vetting process, and then some sort of a small commission driven where if you bring a company with so many jobs, we can dedicate a small percentage that makes it lucrative for these individuals to help us promote. And then through constant surveying and feedback, ascertain what are the gaps and opportunities for us to continue to support businesses in Torrance.
Yep. And I think like other colleagues have mentioned that economic development is the backbone for our city. And we should provide as much support that you need to, number one, retain the businesses, help them to stay here for longer time and bring some more businesses. And I will definitely support you, anything that you need from the council or myself that to support you, and by yourself, it's definitely pretty hard.
Thank you. I would add too that some of these business groups that we have created over time really help with that as well. The Auto Dealers Association working together, the downtown businesses, if they do create a business improvement district, this tech committee is helping us to identify some of these things that are strengths and things that we can do to improve. And they have an interest, to Aram's point, of meeting with the commercial real estate folks as well to find out what they use to market Torrance to bring businesses in. So I think a lot of this partnership and collaboration really helps us grow and support the efforts here too.
Just last question, or probably the comment. The presentation that you made today, you have a lot of projects in your hand. Do you have any time frame? These are your long-term projects, your short-term projects going to be completed, or you're going to implement those in 5 years, 10 years? Any time frame that you have?
Hopefully, they're all sooner than that.
I hope so.
I mean, a couple of them, the downtown revitalization plan was a plan, and now all of us are working on implementing the recommendations from that plan. The signage and wayfinding study also was another plan, and now as we secure funding, get grant funding, there's infrastructure funding from the federal government, those will be implemented. So I think that we're going to see a lot of these things come to fruition within the next year.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for all your hard work, and thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Fran, thank you. I want to make some remarks and comments. Thank you for this package, and thank you for all you do. I would like to suggest that when you raise your hand that you're the only one, I would make a suggestion that every one of us here should raise our hand. We're all ambassadors for Torrance, wherever we go, because opportunities sometimes you don't know. You know, you could be going to a restaurant, that's an opportunity for a contact. Every time we have contact with a community or a business, keep in the back of our mind, that's an opportunity contact to ask how their business is doing, how could the city help you. The one about Hwaseong, Korea, Hwaseong City, Korea, after the State of the City event, Consul General of Korea came and visited, and we had a simple conversation about how they could be more involved with our city. The Consul General gave one of his counsel on action to search the cities in Korea, and he came back within 2 weeks. And that's moving pretty fast. You're talking about government time, and suggested Hwaseong City. Just for those who aren't aware, I had to do a little research. Hwaseong City is home to Samsung, Hyundai, and Kia. So imagine if there is, opportunity for some business opportunity for some representative of our city here, then it creates international travel, TOT, restaurants, shop. Those are all tangibles that could be fruits of our labor, but we're just trying every opportunity. As our city manager said, we are in a very strategic location, not only in the county, but I believe in America. The weather here, the safetiness of our community and our school, we sell itself. So I would say every opportunity, we're all on the same team. Last week, I think Councilman Griffith and I went to an event in El Camino. Accidentally, there was a lot of consul generals there. By happenstance, I met a consul from this country of Hungary. So she happened to be married to, her husband is from Singapore, and he starts speaking to me in Mandarin. So they want to visit us and potentially establish a relationship. And by then, they introduced me to the Consul General of Qatar. So he sent me an email yesterday, when can I visit? It's like, so sometimes you don't know when opportunities are there, and I would, encourage every one of us that we're all ambassadors of Torrance, to sell Torrance every chance we get. And sometimes it takes many hits to get one connection. Thank you very much.
Agreed. Thank you.
Do we have anyone from the public who wants to speak?
Hello, it's Porchap again. I'm very happy things are going so great in Torrance, and the retailers are back in business, but let's not kid each other, because on my way here I saw lots of spaces for lease and rent, and businesses are closing. Businesses are closing. And I find it, this is not the subject, but I find it a little bit, not very polite. Mr. Shaparian was talking for her and putting our city, with this image, this believed image, the best schools, the best this. And just shortly, Torrance Bakery opened up their newer location in Gardena, because what is mattered, how much you pay for rent.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
James Henry, how soon do you expect increased revenue from the revitalization of downtown Torrance? And just a reminder, the funding came from Caltrans for that, and that's taxpayer money.
Thank you. That may be a little bit of a, I thought that was a rhetorical question, but it looks like you're really looking for an answer.
I am.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and do my best to respond because, a lot of these things, it's hard to put a timeline on there. You can see we're putting the APB out on every avenue we can. And I think as part of, the staff looking back and how we're going to generate revenue, what's the best use of our land availability, and then look at how much budget we're going to be investing to do I'll call it a relook and to see how much money we're going to invest on the downtown revitalization. I think last time we had a budget that we used up with some consultants, I believe. Is that correct?
Mayor, Adam Torrance, City Manager, in 2 weeks, when we come back on November 8th, we'll have an opportunity to, the two items we continued from tonight was expenditure from one-time funding we received from a land management extension of existing city-owned parcel. Second is planning for the Measure SST funding in our budget update. So during those opportunities, we are seeking some direction from council for seed money for several projects, including potential civic center revitalization project, as well as some infusion of projects in the downtown, lights, signage, other amenities. There's a second piece that will come in the future, which will be the housing corridor study, which will be the catalyst on potential development, which will generate the traffic, potentially the revitalization of Cabrillo Avenue, as well as areas along Western. So those, as part of the broader plan, and then we'll be able to track as far as sales tax receipts, property tax receipts from year to date as we implement these projects.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shaparian. And then, Mr. Henry, the way I think how this is going to go down is we're going to start looking at areas where we could put some seed money to look at what are the opportunities. But it's hard to put a finger on when downtown is going to be revitalized and done. I can't say 2030, right? Because unless somebody comes and said, here's a few $100 million, we're going to invest in downtown revitalization, we can't put a finger on the schedule, but at least we could start looking into the plans and strategies and start making contacts with different developers who may someday in the future say, yeah, maybe we will invest, X dollars if we have a private public partnership. Brand, you have something?
I was just going to comment on the downtown revitalization efforts. Some of it's anecdotal, but I know, and part of the efforts that we're going to be going through with forming a business improvement district is identifying vacant space in the downtown. And I know just off the top of my head, I think we have 3 or 4 new businesses that are going through the special development permit process or have just completed. So there's a demand. I think people are feeling the buzz from downtown, and I think that it's attracting new businesses to fill the vacancies too. But we'll have more. I'll make sure that I include that when we bring the downtown item next meeting.
Super. I think we exhausted all the comments. I'll take a motion to accept and follow the economic development update.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Cotti absent.
I think we're almost done. Do we want to, well, this is the last item before the orals, right? So I suggest we press. Moving on to 9L from Community Development. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body is a request to set a date of November 8th, 2022 for a public hearing on the adoption of the 22 California Building Code and local amendments. In compliance with state law, the California Building Standards Code is updated every 3 years, with the next edition going into effect on January 1st, 2023. State law specifies the procedure by which local cities may amend and adopt the California Building Code, which includes first, setting the public hearing, second, holding the public hearing, and lastly, the second reading and formal adoption of the ordinance. By setting the public hearing date of November 8th, staff is confident that the city will meet the January 1st, 2023 effective date to incorporate needed local amendments into the 2022 California Building Code. That concludes staff presentation. If any members of your honorable body have questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have comments and questions from the council. Do we have anyone from the public who wish to speak? Thank you, sir, once again. Appreciate it. Take it back to the council. I take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Community Development Director.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
There are no agency agendas. There's no second reading. We're down to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communication 1 or oral communications 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cell phones when you come to the podium, and if you're presenting handout, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk.
Hi, I'm Holly Osborne from Redondo Beach again, and I want to thank you guys for your probing questions, and I'm going to get that to in a minute, but I'd much rather be working with you guys, getting signatures for the zoning initiative, okay? That's what I spent most of my time on the last 7 months, and that's what I want to continue to spend my time on, and not this metro stuff. But I'm a retired engineer, and it drives me absolutely crazy. I have numerical fits when you ask a number question and you get the wrong number answer, and I know what the right number answer is. So I'm just going to give you one example. She told you the width of the road was 100 to 200 feet. You go north of Artesia, it's down to 75 feet in spots. That's between Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Artesia. And between Artesia and Grant, it's nominally 100, but part of it's a big steep decline, embankment. You can't build on that. Okay? There's one example.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? If not, we'll come to the council for, let me get my, Councilwoman Kalani, I think you're first.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much this evening. Just as we enter the holiday season, I just wanted to say, remember to do small acts of kindness, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis. All right. I think are you Miss Beetle tonight?
I think.
Ladybug.
Ladybug. Thank you, Ladybug Lewis. Ladybug Lewis, almost kind of smooth. All right, Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to wish everybody a happy Halloween. Be careful out there. Bring some flashlights if you're going out. Be careful for cars. You know, it's dangerous, especially with the young ones. And eat a lot of candy. It's the one time a year that you can just go out and just get a lot of candy. Just in case you guys are out there, want to bring some candy here, Snickers is the way to go. That's what I like. But well, good night, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Garth Brooks Matucci. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, happy Halloween. I think this will be the last meeting before we have Halloween. Happy Halloween, and echo with what Councilman Matucci is saying, be careful, we have lights. This Saturday, I attended Test Drive and Explore, the latest surgical technology event at the Del Amo Fashion Mall, hosted by Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Center, Torrance. And it was pretty amazing to see how a robot kind of assists the surgery going forward. So if you get a chance to look into that, it's pretty neat. Also, I want to thank Torrance Cultural Arts Center. They hosted 44th Annual Excellence in Arts Award ceremony. It was a very successful event, and I want to thank Cultural and Arts Commission and Community Services team, led by Mr. LaRock. It was a very successful event. Thank you for hosting that event and inviting us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rhinestone Cowboy Shake. Councilman Griffiths.
My bulb is getting dim, but I do want to wish everybody happy and safe Halloween, and especially I want to mention that there's some scary stuff going on with candy or fentanyl packaged as candy. So I really encourage your parents and everyone to be extra cautious. That's just a horrible thing that's going on out there, and so don't just swallow all that candy without taking a look at it. And be safe. Thank you.
All right, I don't know what to call you, but thank you, Mr. Fester. Councilman Griffiths. Uncle Fester Griffiths. You see, I'm getting old. Okay, last week I also enjoyed a very good time. I want to make a quick announcement and a plug. I met Mr. Will Jones, son of Ted Jones, and he has an event. He wanted me to make an announcement. There's an event on November 12th. It's actually in the city of Redondo Beach. I wish Councilman Obaji was here. You know, it's in Redondo Beach, November 12th at Veterans Park. It's the 6th annual Veterans Day Ruck, and it's to the whole event is to celebrate veterans and for awareness of the veterans who goes through mental challenges after they have served. And once again, it will be November 12th at Redondo Beach Veterans Park. And start time is 8:30. Check-in is 7:30 a.m. So those of you who want to support veterans, that's an event you can participate in. As we conclude the evening, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. And for those taking part in Halloween festivities next week, as many of my colleagues have shared about, I want to remind everyone of the family-friendly event taking place at Wilson Park this weekend. Thanks to the Community Development Department for planning, or Community Service Department for hosting the movie night on Saturday, October 29th at Wilson Park. The feature movie is Disney's Coco. There will be a live music and food from popular farmers market vendors for purchase. The Southern California Live Steamers will offer low-cost train rides, as well as special performances, and even a costume parade. Wonder if any of my colleagues are going. For more information, go to torranceca.gov/Halloween. As you can see, some of us have started Halloween a little bit early, but there are times that we need to celebrate and enjoy the company of our colleagues here. And thank you that we all came dressed up today, but the mushroom was definitely, I'm looking for a rubber hammer. And I'd like to commend our men and women in uniform. This is a shout out to Torrance PD and Chief Hart, who continue to serve our city. Thanks to Councilwoman Lewis, who first shared a story with us. I'd like to let our residents know, as well as about our local hero among us. Torrance Police Sergeant Ryan Peterson has served the Torrance community for about 20 years. Sergeant Peterson jumped into action last week when he was off duty, enjoying a family outing, During the football game, someone experienced a heart attack, and Sergeant Peterson jumped into action, administering CPR. I'm sharing this story because oftentimes the positive stories are overlooked. But those actions are truly a reflection of our community, of the employees who serve our residents and businesses, and of who we are as a city. And it doesn't stop when we're outside the boundaries of Torrance. There are many heroes among us right here in Torrance. To all of our unsung heroes, I want to commend and thank you. It makes me proud to serve this community and be serving with you. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here on November 8th. Have a good night. And now, we're moving on to adjournment. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting to Tuesday, November 8th, 2022 at 5 p.m. for a closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the council chambers. Then no?
I second Garth Brooks,
All right.
AKA Councilmember Tucci.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you and good night.